Alrighty, welcome back to some Train Sim World 6. I don't know why I had Euro Truck Simulator 2 on the tip of my tongue. Maybe that's a sign that I should play it. Els, Ryan, good to see you guys. Welcome. How you doing today? Nabil, thank you for liking, bro. Welcome. How you doing? Gonna get it cracking today with the Riviera line. And then, time permitting, some German action. The mods are starting to show face now. There was a mod today that came out for the ALP 46, the deluxe US loco, or the US loco that came out with the deluxe edition. And that improves the sounds a little bit, apparently. There's also finally I say finally. I say finally because it's been on my mind quite a bit because of how often I've been driving in the rain. But there's a rain mod that finally corrects the rain. It's a shame it wasn't available this morning. And yes, that's about it. I think Third Rail's got an update, but obviously that's not going to affect me too much, unfortunately. I'd love to still have it on the screen, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, because of the way it works, it has to be connected. It has to be on the same PC as the game, basically, which is just a myth. Also, let's say I was going to get Spotify going. I'm going to get Spotify playing for you guys. So I'm not going to have it on my side. I'm going to set our volume that should be okay. And leave it there. I'll keep an eye on it. Although, okay, now you should be hearing it. I don't know what the volume of it is like. I hope it's not too loud. It should be okay. I'm going to be comparing it to... I think that should be okay. If it's too loud, let me know. But I think that should be okay. I guess if it is too loud, you guys would let me know anyway. Hey, Els, don't fire shots. Nabil's on TikTok. That's what I said. He's liking on TikTok. First like on YouTube. Thank you very much, Ryan. I'm on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok simultaneously. Currently downloading TSW. You're slacking, bro. You're slacking. Why didn't you do it yesterday? You'd have been having a blast right now, bro. You'd have been having the time of your life, cuz. You'd have been so haps. You remember that word, haps? Why are you so haps, bruv? I showing my age a little bit there still. Anyway, Riviera time. Well, it's not. It's not. It's just not. It's just not bug. Why don't we just admit that it's a skill issue and keep it moving, man? Just admit it's a skill issue and keep it moving. Oh swear. So that sounds like a you problem. You understand? Sounds like a you problem, Mac. Sounds like an issue from your end, because over here, everything's blessed. Everything's blessed. And certain man can testify that as well. So unless something's gone a bit funky over the last week or so almost, that's something you got to sort out, man. And I wouldn't say it's a lack of patience, because ultimately, maybe the music is too loud. I'm just going off based on the levels. Actually, no, it should be fine. I'll let you lot tell me if it's too loud. It sounds like a proper issue, innit? Just due to the fact that shouldn't be happening. It's not like, oh yeah, it's downloading but very slowly, and you're just being a bit impatient with the download speeds. It's the fact that it's doing something it just blatantly shouldn't be doing. So something's funky somewhere, innit? I did put a lot of detail in this. Why is there so much detail in this? Why do I feel like you can actually go in and take a pic? Brad Craig. I see what they did there. Alpha Code 10. Explosive true story of a patrol lost in enemy territory. Alpha Code 10. What does that mean? Bro's looking shabby. Yeah, I mean, if it was important for you to have it on early access and play it early, then, you know, would have made sense, innit? But if you're not really fussed about it, then yeah, would have just been a FOMO hitting. Your passion for trains has died, really?
The next station is Dawlish. This is a Great Western Railway service to
Fair enough. I mean, you're a plane guy at heart anyway, so I think I'll be concerned once that dies down. Then maybe at that point you gotta go through some sort of spiritual awakening. Hello, Zenom. It's just an addiction for you. Yeah, completely opposite end of the spectrum there. I love that for you. The tism is unbreakable. Passions come in waves. You know what, bro? I hear that. I actually hear that. I think passions might be the same, but I think maybe the fire for those passions comes and goes. I went from TSW4 to 6 on PS5. Do I have to buy all old routes again? No. If both TSW4 and your TSW6 are on PS5, you don't have to buy anything again. Are there any underground routes? Tyler, for actual like underground routes, yes, we've got the Bakerloo line. That's been around since TSW2. And then we've also got some overground lines in the Suffragette line, or the Goblin, and Mildmay line. I have like 30 different train replicas on my shelves. You know what, Zedam? I want to do that once I'm going to be moving soon, so once I'm settled, I want to have like a proper, you know how some YouTubers have like a proper background dedicated to like what it is they do. So I want to have like probably like an LWD and like neon, and then shelves with like model trains, model trucks, model buses. I think that would be really cool. I'm really looking forward to that. Although I know it's not going to be cheap. I don't know why model trains are so bloody expensive. I don't fly them even that much anymore. Life is a bore right now. You need something to spice things up, man. Do you think it's dopamine? I forgot the name of it, but it's something when you have like too much dopamine, nothing like makes you like excited anymore. Nothing makes you like happy anymore. I believe I went through a phase like that a couple years back. I have ease at 50k. Jesus, and I mean, bro, or sis, whatever. Honestly, what I say is, if it has brought you some value in enjoyment or whatever else it may be that has added something to you, then it's worth it. If it had that purpose and it served that purpose, it wasn't a waste. It hit me earlier today that while I'm recording all the scenarios and streaming TSW, I'm putting in a straight 8-hour shift because I'm still starting at 9. It's just that instead of streaming, I'm just getting onto the scenarios. So I'm doing 9 to 5, but I had a break before, and now I don't really have a break because I'm kind of like free to eat or use a bathroom whenever because I'm not live. It's basically a straight solid 8-hour shift, and that's if I finish at 5 on the dot, which is pretty rare. Yesterday was a spectacle. I have a train that's like 25k. A 1-to-1 replica. A 1-to-1 replica, like how? But surely it's not in size, right? Surely you haven't got a full size flipping train in your back garden. I get it's something to a deep scale, and every aspect of it probably a lot more than the average person. Then after a while, I'll die down in a few months to find something else. You know what's really interesting? I was listening to a podcast, or I've been listening to a podcast over the last couple of days on the Diary of a CEO podcast, where he had an atheist, a spiritualist, and a Christian apologist discussing like purpose, and it's quite an interesting conversation. One of the whole world. It's a mini train replica. What train is it? Like, where can I find information about it? I want to have a look at it, but like do some research on it. And why is it that there's only one? Was there some sort of like limitation on reproducing it, even on a miniature scale? Oh wow! And so, how did you come to how did it come to be in your possession? It was interesting, you know, because one thing I kept seeing in him was that he was looking almost for like a god. It wasn't like he had arguments against Christianity and the idea of there being a god, but it was almost like he wasn't like it's like he understood that there was a higher power of some sort, but he just didn't know much about it, basically. And just the way he was talking as well, it was very like, okay, here's my argument for what you're saying, but almost like I want you to have an argument for that as well. He didn't have anything solid, because at one point he was asked like, what would you tell someone who wants to find that purpose and like doesn't know what to do with themselves, basically? And it was basically like, there's not like one solid answer. It would depend on the person. I need to know the person. I don't have one like blanket answer. But he seemed very open to all sorts of different concepts and beliefs. Oh, in auctions then. Must have been a big boy auction. Fixed price 25k got rejected for like 35k. What does that mean in layman's terms? Is it that it was the person who had it on sale, or the company that had it on sale wanted 35k for it? They wanted 25k, but another person wanted it and bidded 26k. Then you have to compete. It racks up fast. Wait, so how much did you end up picking it up for? Because you said it was like 25k, so I thought that was how much you picked it up for. So if it kept like going up and there's people, sort of different people bidding for it, how much did it eventually? Okay, so 35k. And is there like, can I find like information about it online if I wanted to like Google about it and have a read about it? Sounds very interesting. I think the idea of God throughout my lifetime was portrayed in the wrong way, often humanizing the idea of God, which is always being against the idea there being one. So as I've gotten older, I'm research and philosophy, the true idea who God is. Yeah, it's a mistake a lot of people make. A lot of people look for God in man, and then when, let's say for example within Christianity, people have the expectation of a Christian leader as if they're God. So when now a Christian leader makes a mistake because they are human, or does or says something that offends somebody, all of a sudden, oh, I hate God. And it's like, no, you might have something against the person, which is, cool, fair enough, but it literally has nothing to do with God. More agnostic. So if I'm not mistaken, it's the idea of that there is a higher being, but you just don't know exactly who he is. It's similar to the person on the podcast, Alex. Not gonna lie, I thought this stop was gonna be a disaster.
This is Dawlish. This 14:30.
It's one train set. I will check.
1934.
1934. 1934. Lionel. Stand gauge. Set. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of different locos and different stock, and they're all expensive. Not in the thousands, but in I'm seeing 400, 500 quid. And I think, would I be right in saying the age? Sorry, Heights 15516. It's the Riviera line. Xenom, I think part of the price is the fact that it's quite old as well, and an original, I would assume. Yeah, but not ignorant to the idea. Or there possibly be one. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Why is a free starter pack on Xbox got no roots? KC, all the starter packs have no roots. A starter pack is only the training center by itself. It's meant to give people like an introduction into driving trains and what that's like, so that if they like it, they can then start buying DLC. However, if you've previously owned a TSW and DLC, that should all move over, even if you just get the starter pack.
The next station is Teignmouth. This is a Great Western Railway.
No worries,
service
mate.
to Paignton.
Yeah, I was really disappointed with the Voyager today, man. I had heard here and there that there are issues even without the train thoughts feature being enabled, but I hadn't experienced it myself until today, until I was about an hour into a scenario. I hate wasting my time. I hate it. I just had to brush it off, otherwise it's something as small as that can make me react in such a way that I just end up deleting the game. I felt so hard done by. I hated the game. I hated the game with all that's within me in that moment. I just had to quickly move past it. I thought TSW5 gave the East Coast Mainline the starter pack. No. East Coast Mainline wasn't even part. Are you talking about? Do you mean the West Coast Mainline? The West Coast Mainline was part of the standard edition of the game. West Coast Mainline, Frankfurt to Fulda, and the San Bernardino line. But the TSW5 starter pack, again, came with nothing. Just the training center. I know it's technically TSW5, but also for some of the new little adjustments TSW6. I like them, bro, for the most part. I'm not going to lie, I like them. Train faults, I've got turned off because they're bugged. But in essence, if it worked well, I'm with it. And I've got temporary speed restrictions turned off as well for the same reason. They're bugged, surprise surprise. And if they worked well, and you know we were briefed about them before the start of the run, it's something I'd be a fan of, bro. I won't lie. Announcements make a huge difference, in my opinion, to the immersion, even with them being AI generated and not as good as they probably should be. Well, no, they're just not as good as they should be. But even with that being the case, they still add a great deal to the immersion. What else have we got? Train faults I mentioned, random events. Other than the doors being stuck, I haven't really experienced any random events. They affect the signaling so little that maybe I've encountered them within the signals, but I just didn't notice. But yeah, man, all good. But you know, TSW being TSW and unfortunately DTG being DTG, they haven't been implemented properly. And I've just noticed the tide's out. Does the tide come in and out? I've never driven on this route and the water has been like that. It's usually like all the way up to the wall.
We are now approaching Teignmouth. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
It was like the only train on there that's like multiple trains for one set, like multiple Shinkansen berths. I mean, yeah. I mean, just it being one of a kind itself will be a huge part of the value. Then you've got the fact that it's basically an antique and an original, so the value just stacks up.
This is Teignmouth. This is a great.
Can you reveal what you went
Western
down
railway service
south for
to
yet?
Paignton.
Nah.
The next station is Newton.
I wish I remembered what the NDA stated. I don't remember what I signed the NDA and I don't know what I signed. I tried looking for the document because I thought maybe it was emailed to me, but it wasn't. So maybe it would be a good idea to kind of hollow them and get a copy of that again. Hello, Motus. Is the game worth it? And is train faults and all that just for the new routes or DLC from? So that's just for the new routes. Is the game worth it? It's up to you, man. Realistically, what you should be asking, I think, is are the features, and not forget the features, because the base game is free. I guess what you should be asking is, are the core routes worth it? In which case, I would say yes, because you can get the starter pack and you pay nothing and get TSW6 for free. So then it becomes a question of, are the routes worth it? And yeah, I think they are. Is TSW6 coming to Xbox Game Pass? As far as I know, there's no confirmation, but I would say so. TSW5 was there, TSW4 was there, TSW3 was there. I think TSW2 is there as well. So I would expect it to be on Game Pass. Simulator guy, hello mate. This is a bit of a change. YouTube recommended you after watching Footplate. I guess it's Footplate footage, yeah, of the Union Pacific Big Boy. Oh, interesting. I don't really do Steam content. I will play Steam content on Train Sim World if a need for it arises, if it gets requested, for example, during a request a route stream, or if a brand new route comes out that has Steam on it. I doubt we'll ever get another Steam route, but you never know. So I guess it's maybe just because of train content, but yeah, welcome. I hope you like what you see. If not, I apologize. Well, I don't apologize, but that would be a shame. And yeah, man, you're more than welcome to find something that would obviously be more fit into your entertainment value. I'd like to play TSW6 for my never-ending addiction, but I'm way too busy with work. Well, let me not be a bad influence on you, Zedham. However, that's why you buy yourself a Steam Deck and take the Steam Deck with you, and in essence take TSW with you everywhere you go. Handheld gaming is a game changer, no pun intended. What an incredible, and especially I find the Steam Deck at quite an affordable price for what it is. It's actually insane. It's really insane, and it's only going to get better. Especially with AMD's Ryzen AI HX, whatever processors. They got quite a silly name, but an incredible amount of power in a little package. Love a stream. It's a good start then. It's a good start. It looks good, and I'm a sucker for train details. What, are you referring to the game, or are you referring to your model? Oh, the game, yeah. I mean, it can be hit and miss with like details and stuff like that, and obviously it depends what sort of details you're looking for. But overall, to have the ability, even with it being virtually, to potentially be around, drive, sit in, experience a train that one you may never get to yourself. I forgot what 2 is gonna be, but yeah, just the fact that this game offers you that ability, I think it's a huge part of the value. Like I know a lot of people that play the game are the older generation whose trains no longer run, and they get to relive their childhood and relive, you know, their, I don't want to say glory days, but, you know, relive a time that won't come back, basically. And it's basically a virtual version, and a much cheaper version, as expensive as the game can be, of having like model trains, basically. Enterable, drivable, experienceable model trains. Hello CFC, afternoon mate, how you doing? My shop is entirely different. There is toys, or there is one-on-one replicas. Yeah, but Zedham, if you get to, if any of those trains are in the game, it's a different kind of experience, but still a good experience to drive them. You know, it's one thing to like look at it and have it in your hand and appreciate the detail that's gone into it. And what TSW or just any train sim, to be honest, has to offer. Thank you for the follow. You brought to my attention that I don't have my alert stand on. Thank you for that. But yeah, it's a different kind of experience, which I think has a different but also a great value to it at the same time as well. That's good to hear, CFC. I'm good as well myself. Thank you, mate. Can he complain? As the Scots say, I think. Can he? Just let follow Zenom, what currency are you what currency are you using? Are you referring to like some sort of very, 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 very niche market?
This is Newton Abbot.
Because I know
Great
model
Western
model railways can get expensive.
The next station
Not $500,000 expensive though. Just what, a model Intercity 125? Sweet. Is it a Hornby model? Or are Hornby like? I know they're probably the most expensive. I might be wrong about that, but like, are they like? Is the price that people pay for a Hornby model because it's worth that price, or is it because it's a Hornby model? Because like mid 2010s Apple, for example, mid 2010s iPhones, people were paying for the name rather than the device, the quality of the device. Hornby isn't the most expensive. I'm not actually surprised to hear that. Hence why, like, I was quick to correct myself. Mostly for scarcity. Yeah, so we're talking a very, very like particular market that go for rare items. In which case, then those numbers would be a lot more believable.
The next train to Abbot platform 2 will be on 14:32. Great Western Railway service to Penzance, calling at Totnes, Plymouth, Biscard, Bodmin Parkway, Hard, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, and Penzance. Platform 2. The next station is Tor. This is a Great Western Railway service.
Bachmann
to
are more expensive. Hornby are like middle, I think. Living models are the cheap. And why? Oh, and what makes the Bachmann models, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, more expensive? Is it that just the name has some value to it by itself, or is there something that they do in their models that Hornby and someone like Lima doesn't do? Thing with collecting, you either find a one of kind in Amazon for like $35 on a kind of auction of like $500,000. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. There's not really much in between. I was at the Transport Museum a couple of weeks ago, and I went to they have like a store, a museum store in there, and they have like model underground trains, and I don't remember who they were made by. I'm not certain that they were Hornby, but it was basically a set of 3 for 500 quid, I think. Just insane. Just insane. Surely it's got to be more than just a train hobby at that point, because you want to have a model train in your model railway. Surely at that point it's more of a an investment. It's like crypto almost. High cost of developing detailed models, expensive ready to run features like sound and digital control. Limit production ones that don't spread too many costs or many higher raw materials. Okay, so just better quality than overall. Because Hornby ones have audio as well, right? Which is a very nice little feature. Oh, I know what makes this go off. I think it's when I go into the external camera. Although it doesn't make sense that other things will still display. What if I deregister it? Yeah. Deregister. And then turn it on. Basically just resetting it or restarting it. Oh, it does work. So I guess it would be more beneficial to the overall experience to simulate it being 40, I guess, and doing a simple turn it off and turn it back on again. Shouldn't be the case though. Climbs in value the more disappear, but ultimately it's also the desire for it or the want for it that will have people paying as much, because when all of a sudden, for whatever reason, people stop really caring about it, that's when the value's going to drop horrendously. So it's basically, as long as people are interested in it, the price will be high. If you were to have the same train, CFC, the same model train, yeah, let's say you picked up an Intercity 125. Let's say an Intercity 125 made by Bachmann, Hornby, and Lima. Having them in your hands, would you be able to tell the difference between them all? Thank you, George, for liking the live as well, if you're still around. I just saw that. There's a rail tour for the Flying Scotsman on here. It comes during the dispatch scenario. Very cool. Especially when I did not expect it at all. And it just rocked up out of nowhere. Thank you, Fred, for liking the live as well. Appreciate you.
We are now approaching Tour. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform and take care when stepping down from the train.
For me, it don't matter as they will just be for display and not used. Oh no, I'm talking in terms of like, just out of curiosity, with like the Bachmann ones being, you know, higher quality, is it something that you can have them in your hands and easily tell, yeah, this is this one, this is that one, and that's this one? Is it like glaringly obvious which one's which? Flying Scotsman is iconic. Your first model train. How many years have you been collecting them now, Zenon? I don't know where I'm gonna start when I start building my own little collection. I think it's only right I seek out some underground. I don't really see much like London Underground model railway content. I'll see plenty of BR stuff. So I don't even know if that stuff is widely available. Hello, West Yorkshire bus. How you doing? What's the significance of the Mallard steam train CFC? I know it's quite significant. I've heard its name around. But what is the significance of it? It was. I thought it was black. It was blue. But I'm sure there were many other locos that were blue and fast. What made the Mallard stick out? Was it just something that sort of grew on people and ended up being a favorite? Or was there something more to it? $10 to 15 years then, wow. So you must have quite a collection then.
We are now approaching Torquay. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
Train Sim World 6, Dan. Thank you, Matty, for liking the live. Didn't mean to go into emergency there, but it's going to be a horrible stop regardless.
This is Torquay. This is a Great Western.
There was one hanging around on TikTok, Dan, but yeah, you are always a welcome sight. How you doing? Is that Elias? What's up? How you doing? I have 2,300 trains. So have you got just like a room dedicated to trains? Or where do you keep 2,300 trains? I say from the start, but like freezer emergency in the kitchen. All sorted, lovely. Darth Vader tones. Give me the blueprint for him. I don't remember how they go. Do I play 5M? Not anymore. I used to. And I actually wouldn't even be too opposed to going back. But at the moment, nah. Been away from it for like a year or thereabouts.
The next station is Paignton.
Love this route roll on Birmingham to Korea. Looking forward to that one.
Paignton.
Looking forward to that one. Hopefully I get my journey mode progress completed. It's a big ask. Because I've heard that it might release at the end of this month. And although it's a whole month, there's a lot of journey mode content to get through. I think Zenemo's Miniature Wonderland. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. Better than TSW5, Eddie? It's the same game with some new features and some new routes, mate. So if you enjoyed TSW5, you'll enjoy TSW6, especially if you like the new features, the announcements, the speed restrictions, the train faults, the random events. Aside from that, nothing's changed. I know what you mean, West Yorkshire boss, but I don't remember how it goes. Is it low, low, high, low, 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 high, etc., etc., etc.? So if you give me like the guide for it, or whatever you want to call it, I can do it then. 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away from trying TSW6. Did you get the starter pack, or have you got the standard? Starter. What's the one feature that was meant to go to the older routes? Did it end up happening or no? I don't remember. That's just part of the game though, no matter what iteration you get. If there's one thing guaranteed, it's gonna be that. But yeah, your experience won't be any different to TSW5. Because as far as I know, I think all the new features are just on the new routes, isn't it? So... Ah, I forgot. Yes. Okay, no, you will experience them. Forgive my brief lapse in memory. I mean, Zenom, if you've come this far, you might as well start your own miniature wonderland. You might as well at this point. Hello, Gebwin. You like rain driving? Then this would be the perfect game for you, mate. Turn that dynamic weather on. 9 times out of 10, it'll give you your rain. And enjoy. It makes for a nice, like, ambient experience. And environment. Like, if I didn't have beef with the rain. And also, it doesn't look this nice usually. I'm using a rain mod that makes it look... That makes the rain look a lot more natural. Usually it just looks like, I won't say what I usually say, but it just looks like white paint falling down from the sky. But when it's like this, and it doesn't force itself upon you every other run, it's nice. It's nice. You might want to guess how much all my collections combined. Well, Zenom, I don't know how many, tens of thousands of dollars worth of locos you have, right? Because if you bought one for 35,000, you know, I don't. If it was like if they were like normal models, then I would say I would be where Dan is at the moment. But it's not. They're not normal models. So I'm not sure. I have no idea. Do you know how to do the dispatcher modes? I do. I'm on PC, Eddie. Is the instruction just not going to change? Oh, it's the last stop. So we just got to wait here then. Until it decides it wants to end the run. Please, can someone holler the guy that makes the God mode one and tell him you're in desperate need. Desperate need, because what is this about? That's insane, Zenom. I mean, even just to say insane doesn't do it justice. So I assume you've got multiple rare rare models then. Known. You start up a run that you go to the route that you want. You select a run from the timetable mode. Wait, you said dispatcher mode. Sorry, not conductor mode. Dispatcher mode only exists in one scenario at the moment. If you go over to the Riviera line, scenarios, and a day of the dispatcher, this is the only place in the game where the dispatcher experience exists. $40 espresso cups of a total value of maybe $200. I mean, Zenom, listen, if you've got, like I said, if you've got a lot of those, rare and ultra expensive models, and you've got all in all 2,300 altogether, it starts adding up. It starts adding up. But yeah, it's good that you've got everything insured, like you said to Dan. Hopefully the brakes don't seize on here, on this run. That would really suck. How can I add a previous DLC that I purchased on TSW5? NA, as long as you get TSW6, doesn't matter what edition, as long as you get the game on the same platform as you had TSW5 on, everything should automatically move over, except if you're in Epic Games, where there's currently issues with moving everything over, and it's taken a bit longer to do that. My house mysteriously burns down. God forbid, man. I don't think if you even get 4.8 million cash, the following day, I don't think it will make up for the loss, because the value is not in the dollars. The value is in the models themselves. I like a class 423 as those were the trains I travelled on. I like it. Makes sense. Makes sense, yeah. And I think that's why I would like an underground model train or trains. I'd like to start with those, simply because that's what's like I'm connected to. If I could get the older like stock that I used to travel on as a kid myself, even better. They've got a special place in my heart. $10-15 years of my life is gone. Yeah, you can't. Yeah. So yeah, God forbid, man. God forbid. You know, that kind of collection for money. Exactly. I was saying earlier that at some point, surely it becomes like some sort of an investment, like you know, like stocks that you can buy and sell. But when it gets to that, yeah, that's beyond that. That's way beyond that. No worries, NA. Hello, Cal. How you doing, mate? Hello, Kieran. Do you know if there are any train announcements on the other routes? Just on the 3 new ones. That's it. Really, Dan? Do you struggle with selling them? So what's your reason behind purchasing them? I've also gotten back into it now. At some point I will pick up the book or books that you sent my way. I haven't forgotten about them. The only excuse for the scissors. I mean, I can't knock anyone down for having a hobby, you know, having something they love, and having almost no limit to sacrificing for that hobby. Purchase for retirement. Oh, so do you have a lot of money in bonds and ETFs then? Probably ISAs as well, although it seems to not be very recommended. Gold is good. Go for silver. Go for silver as well. Now. Go for silver. I made the whole website and just archiving my trains. I mean, I think, yeah, Zenom, if you really wanted to, you could do things in such a way that you could have your own museum. Like the miniature Wonderland comment earlier was a joke, but also not a joke. Like you could really have some sort of something going on. Either like a social media page, like a website, like you've said. There's a lot of potential there. About 13,000. About 13,000 in total invested. That's solid. You do, Zenom. Number one, you. So it means that there are also others automatically. Second, look at the value of those things. That speaks for itself. The desire for them is high. So yes, the market may not be as full of life and people as like the car area, the car genre might be, for example. But there are definitely people there. All you got to do is like you like ease into it, right? You get the website, you look at the traffic, you know, the numbers that are in and out of the website, right? How much interest is the website by itself garnering? You go into social media. If you've got a social media page up where you're constantly uploading pictures and videos of the collection, you look at the interest that that garners. And then when you deem it to be something that, oh, people are actually interested in this kind of thing, you go from there. Invested, yeah. Nice, sweet. I'd like to get to that point sometime. Definitely. For me, I don't know, my outlook, yes, you can have some lucky days. But overall, I think if you want to make good money, you gotta invest good money. Pennies aren't gonna get you. Pennies won't even get you hundreds, you know? The amount of countries I visit for traders. But hey, you've got how many experiences in them? Uncountable. That is sick. That is actually sick. Model trains, Els. In that case, specifically, older ones like locos, Steam locos. .6% after 4 months. And what, out of 10, what is your confidence rate that, with the knowledge that you have so far, with what you know and how the markets are looking, etc., 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 with all things considered, what would you say out of 10 is your confidence level of that staying at that level, at the 2.6% level, or increasing? Because in terms of returns, something I heard recently on another Diary of a CEO podcast is, I don't remember what the percentage is. I believe it was 2. I could be wrong. But I think it was more in terms of interest that like people get from the bank. People like to keep their money at the bank, but when you keep your money in the bank, you lose money because inflation, the percentage of inflation is higher than the interest, so you end up losing money year on year. If you come to my house, the shelves go to the second floor. So your house basically, Zenom, in a way, is already a museum. It kind of already is a museum. 2,000 plus. And with the value of, even if you had like 100, but they were all models worth tens of thousands of dollars each, you've already got something special there. 2,000, boss. Abysmal, thank you very much for subscribing. That was far from abysmal. At a 7. Okay, solid. Hello, Simon. Hey. Good to see you. The first CSW6 stream that you're witnessing. Well, of mine anyway. How is it so far? How's the experience? I'll ask you the question that I've been asked 100 times over. How's the experience? Raw, 4.4k likes on TikTok. I don't know who's behind that, but yeah, shout out to you lot. It's not showing me that people are liking it. I can just see the counter. It sometimes shows me when somebody likes for the first time, but then it just goes. TikTok has a lot to actually, you know what? I was gonna say it has a lot to catch up on. YouTube won't even tell you that somebody's liked a stream, so you know, fair enough. Train Spotting, thank you very much for liking. It just jumped from 4.4 to 6.2. Huh? Experience is mixed. Absolutely love this video. What do I think of it? I like all three experiences in terms of what they have to offer, bar the bugs. So specifically with bugs affecting the routes, that sticks out to me like a the sorest of all sore thumbs is the signaling issues when you're driving the 294, the shunter on the Dresden route. Aside from that, I've turned off, I think I mentioned this on Discord, but I've turned off train faults, I've turned off TSRs because of their bugginess. Announcements add a huge amount of immersion to the game. I love it. But the brakes being stuck on here are a shame. Just the bugs, man. You know, TSW is going to be TSW, you know. If you bought into TSW 6 thinking it was going to be bug free, shame on you. So I expected it, but it still really hinders the experience, really puts a curtain on, you know, the brightness that the new features exude. And it's just a shame, man. It's just a shame. So my personal experience is I've got TSW5 with the features. Well, technically I've got TSW2 with TSW3's lighting edition. The announcement features the announcement feature, and some new routes. So that's sort of how I would box it. And overall experience, I say 7 out of 10. Thank you, Trainspotting, for the follow. Is there God mode in the Class 220? Is there God mode in the Class 220? I actually don't know. I will check for you if it's still around after this run. But I don't know off the top of my head, I'm afraid. Did a Plymouth Exeter IET run? Yeah, the IET is a beauty to drive, I'm not going to lie. I'll be very honest. You know, simple, gets up to speed pretty quickly. To me, at least, who hasn't heard a diesel IET, it sounds how I'd expect it to sound. It's a beautiful route, you know. I got some issues with the water texture, I'll be very honest with you. I don't know if you've noticed any iffiness with the water, but I'm not completely starstruck by it. But yeah, solid route, man. Solid route. Yeah, hard to believe it's a rivet route. It borderline impossible to believe it's a rivet route, but here we are. You don't have only trains, then. What else do you have? See, now you're even making it more of a point that, you know, you should turn your house into you should open your house as a museum. Bugs are annoying. Taking a brief look at the others, they look good. We'll do a full Dresden Leipzig one. Absolutely love announcements. Yeah, it was Nabil, who's obviously a resident German, who highlighted some of the flaws to me about the announcements on the ICE specifically. But I feel like they still add a great deal to the experience. I drove a 143 earlier today for a scenario, and the announcements were quite loud. I don't know why it seemed like the sound balance was off. I don't know why that is. So again, just a couple of niggles here and there that scratch the clean surface of the experience a little bit. But yeah, overall, man, like I said, they just add so much to the experience. Yeah, my knowledge doesn't cover crypto too widely, so I just pick up on what I hear and what I learn here and there. And yeah, crypto is basically, if you've got seemingly other than Bitcoin, which seems to be, if you look at it from its birth up to now, other than Bitcoin, crypto is for money that you're ready to lose, basically. Hello, Irish Forklifts boy, how are you doing? Good to see you. So much you recognize from real life. This has really motivated me to experience it and visit the area. I would love to, for both the area itself, and I think it would be a really nice destination for the family, and also for the train nerd in me as well. If I could grab like a rail tour, even better. God knows how much that would cost though. You collect guns as well, Zenom. What are they like in terms of like value? What's the only thing I can imagine adding real value to a gun for a collector would be like age or like a story behind it. A few little things that could be better, but it's really nice to show me on it in the dreaded fog. Yep. Typical journey mode for you. Fog, rain, gloom. But to be fair, about 80%, I'd say 80-85% of the runs I've done so far have been in glorious sunshine, so I can't complain too tough. Been in German trains, absolutely loads. They sound pretty good to me. A few things aren't quite right, but not to make fair enough. And I think it's also a subjective point as well. What would harm the experience for somebody may not harm the experience for somebody else as well. I didn't go see Dan. I responded, boss. I responded. I said, hello, Mr. Irish Forklift boy. How you doing? You didn't respond. You are ghosting me. The only time I wanted to travel back in time is because of Bitcoin, which is troubling. Yeah, I've said the exact same thing. I think it was Els that asked me a couple of weeks ago if there was one thing. What was it, Els? It was like if there was one thing you would do differently, I think. Or something along those lines. And I said, yeah, buy into Bitcoin. Lived in exile from 4 to 20. Oh, wow. Okay, so you've properly... It's not just like you went there on a trip and you remember a couple things here and there. Yeah, that's like me with the suffragette line. And it's always risky when it's like that. Always risky. Because it's both a blessing and a curse. On the one hand, you could... Wow, like, this is like real life, but virtual, you know. You can recognize everything. You're basically there as you were yesterday, for example. But also, because you remember so much, everything that's out of place stands out like a sore thumb. I mean, at Barking on the suffragette line, I started looking outside the station at, like, you know, the stores, the shops that were around, and it's like I didn't need to be doing all of that, but because I'm so familiar with it, I'm eager to see how well replicated everything is. History, not age. Interesting. So even if you had like a 200-year-old gun, as long as there was like nothing special about it other than the age, it wouldn't really be worth anything to a collector. My dad worked at a signal box, which is in game. Sick. So you've got... Oh, sick, man. So you've got railway in the family, basically. Thank you, Dan, for sharing the live on TikTok. I've got 3 Dans, so, you know. For the TikTok Dan, I'll specify on TikTok. Irish Dan, I'll specify Irish. And then Romanian Dan, you get the fortune of just being called Dan. My boss has paid $200 for on Bitcoin, and they still own it. Right. Shout out to them for holding on to it through the downs. Because the downs were scary. How many times have people just written off Bitcoin in history? Now they've learned to stop doing that. There's a few things like saying the next gen platform 7 is just in half on half. Right. I was impressed by the fact that the on-trade announcement in Germany do the exit on the left. Do they do it? Do they say the right side? Because apparently on the Dresden stream, when Matt was driving the ICE, the announcement was wrong. I lived in Marmel since 2006 and had the same experience. Yeah, I did a little bit of that there as well. At one point, it was the line I was taking every weekend. Stratford, I'm very familiar with. Hopefully not too long before the extension for that one comes out. Doesn't need to be, you know, we don't need to have every building modeled. I don't know if you've ever been playing Mildmayland and have like zoomed out and gone to like a bird's eye view and looked around. The guy has modeled London. He has just straight up modeled almost what seems to be every street and every building in London. Hands are also, if I say so myself. Hey, I can only agree. I can only agree. Definitely not under no pressure here. Mum and Dad still live in Exeter. I'll still go a few times a year. Nice one. And I guess this has motivated you a little bit more this time around. It would still cost a lot, but history racks it up a lot. So out of what you've got, your collections in your gun collection specifically, what is your coolest one? Like, what's the coolest story behind any one of your guns? Performance on PS5 seems fine too. Is the timetable the same as well as like on PC? Hello ASR, how are the bugs feeling today? Um, it woke up that loathing feeling that almost made me delete the entire game when I was recording a scenario earlier. I was driving this very train, scarily enough, and an hour into the scenario, it did the brakes thing, and I had no choice but to call it a day. Seems to be the right as I don't know. Right as incorrect. So don't worry, I got you. Thank you for the clarification, though. Yeah. And the bill was present while I was driving yesterday. Oh no, I don't think I had any announcements on yesterday though. I don't have the announcements on where they wouldn't be in real life, Simon. So I don't have them on the ICE, but I've got them on for like the regional express trains. Also, why you haven't heard them here as well. Miles Bay Line's got all the buildings on the Riviera line. You actually confused me for a bit. I was like, wait, what? And then I saw the May line comment. Well, the issue is ASR. As I've come to understand, I think the beta team do report a lot of stuff. It's just that it doesn't get sorted out. So I wouldn't blame them. I'd blame the person in charge of making that decision to not tend to those problems. For realism, I'd guess you have announcements in cabin students, but not in locos. Yeah. Although I heard someone on the forum mention that there are some locos where you can feed through the announcements. But yeah, I've got it set so that even if it wouldn't be something in real life, I still want to hear it. Just ironically, it increases my immersion. Suomi KP /-31 submachine gun was used on World War II, and the soldier was a White Death, costing 2.5 million. Who is the White Death? I assume someone who had a ridiculous kill count. As I understand it, that sorry, Simon, it's the driver that makes the announcements, right? There's no automatic announcements on the ICE. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, interesting, ASR. And what was it looking like? How's it looking? Oh, the sniper. Is it a sniper, Zenom? Yeah, I've heard of him before. Yeah. Crazy. You've got a crazy. That's special. Yeah, that's. I mean, I asked for a cool story. I've been blown away. Yeah, fair enough. I don't really have anything to say. Damn. All right, man. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging around. Good to meet you. Yeah, hearing them wouldn't be a problem. I mean, but the thing is, if the game's gonna simulate the driver making them as he or she would in reality, then you would hear them anyway, like by default. How you're not gonna hear yourself, basically. So I think it's just a shame they haven't like implemented that in that way. Because ultimately, I feel like even if it's a driver making the announcements and they're not automatic, they should still be there. You know, like if in a Voyager it's a driver that makes the announcements, then I should be hearing announcements. It shouldn't just that setting shouldn't just be for automatic announcements. First iteration, so he basically showed that when stopping hard, the train would do that rocket movement. Okay. It was that. Was that like just it for the preview? Oh, the guards do. Okay. Is it different on like different trains or? Might see heritage if you look left in a minute. Hopefully, I've got all the layers active. ASR, what is he? Is he not a train driver? Is he not an ICE driver? I've seen him drive ICEs. That's got a footbridge. Got some coaches hanging around, but I don't see any locos. Is the ICE one not an ICE? So what is he a driver of as he's driving an ICE? How would you describe him? If it's a train crew that make them, then I think even more the reason that the announcements should be on these trains. Well, I don't know about the Voyager, but the ICE at least. ZK, good luck, bro. Let me know how it goes. Long distance trains tend to have more staff, while local trains tend to be just a driver and a guard, as either more guard customers. Right, makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, his channel name is IC Driver. But he's also a driver of ICEs, making him also an ICE driver. So I don't think he said anything wrong. ASR we've seen much worse on this channel. Much worse. Yeah, no harm in having them on. I guess that's the ultimate of it. I see Lockfury as a man of many talents. I haven't seen any of his videos in a while. Voyager drivers wouldn't hear them because the trains are so loud. Yeah, are they like super loud inside as well? Because I've heard that wherever they are, they will drown out everything else around. But that's like externally. Voyager is absolutely great. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think everything or anything in a cross-country livery is gonna look great. Verstappen of rails, pretty much. It does seem to be so. Interesting ASR. I would expect them to go hard. As hard as they've gone for previous, you know, features, such as the sharing of voltages, for example, and voltage drops. I wouldn't expect anything like mediocre. Just based off their history. They're not quite as loud as inside, but they are quite loud. Fair. Hello, Shinoto. I'm speaking that you're driving to the town near me right now, and I used to ride these trains all the time. They're not the most noisy. HSC was way worse. Really? And did that depend on like what coach you were sitting on, or it didn't matter? Thank you for that piece of enlightenment as well. It's nice, Elsman. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if somebody disliked it. I don't know what reason. I can't think of a reason that they would dislike it for. In terms of the route itself, bugs and whatever else aside. It's got a bit of everything. Driving at 800 now. Hey, it's your download's done. Say less, bro. Yeah, like I said to Simon earlier, the 800 it does everything you need it to do, and it does it well. Brakes are solid, gets up to speed, you know, decently quick. Didn't really matter as much. I guess middle was current HST if you went end, it'd be louder. Yeah, it makes sense. That's what I was thinking, because obviously sounds coming from the from either end. I would love to ride one in reality. They still operate here and there. It just pains me to think that Paddington was... I mean, anywhere you live in London, everything's close. Paddington is always not that far from me. And it was full of them once upon a time, and I just didn't appreciate it. But then I've never really been like that anyway. Like, my number one passion is cars, and I've never... Like, even when Gumball... I've witnessed a Gumball rally once, and that was by accident. I was walking outside of work, and it just so happened to be that it was taking place outside my workplace. So I hung around until they came. But I've never made the effort to go. Like, I've never gone to Goodwood, although I want to. I've never gone to watch a race. I've only ever been to a driving experience on a circuit once. So I don't know. I don't know whether there's a proper reason for it, but I've never like been big on... Well, I don't have a history of exploring my experiences. I really want to do like a Steam experience. But I think there are a few factors that ultimately do affect that anyway. work getting in the way, finances, time, distance a lot of the time as well. Do I agree with pension? What are you asking exactly, Els, when you say, do I agree with pension? Trailer coaches, electric units, diesel units. Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. The 166s are incredibly loud trains. Louder than the HSTs? I asked them if they could also connect the movement of the bogies with the body of the train. As they move independently currently, you thought I was asking them to model every single spring. Why not? If they've got... If the water inside in the steam loco moves and the liquid in the tankers have an effect on the physics and you can hear them, why not? You know? Why? They might as well at this point. It's Simra. They might as well. That might as well be the expectation. I don't think it would be far-fetched for the game. If you did go to this route, or now when you're now one, you could see HSC. Simon, I've been seeing HSCs on every run. I thought they were going to be like a rare sight, not necessarily like a seasonal thing or like a rail tour, but I thought they were going to be quite rare. But I've seen them on pretty much every single run. So do they operate here as like a normal service? Ah. Sounds valid, ASR. Sounds valid. I wonder if there'd be a way to optimize that without what's the word? The word just escapes me. Without cutting corners, basically. No escape from the sound of the 166. Do I agree with working a job until 60 and relying on a pension as your only hope? No! What the hell? Hell no! Hell no! Plymouth Lyra is a machine shop. Oh, really? I thought... Ah! Is it... Is the... I don't know, because I feel like the only thing that I've seen in the game in terms of what's been represented is just the shed. I haven't really seen anything else in more detail. But that's interesting. So they do operate normally then? The short HSCs mostly run west of Plymouth now, but they did operate on the Cardiff Penzance services every 2 hours until recently. So this is realistic. So is it realistic for the on Cardiff commuter, because it makes an appearance there, and I think that's set in 2019. So that's realistic. As in, that's what it like. It's not standing in for anything. Like, it is the HSC that was there in reality. If you went beyond Plymouth, you'd see them more. We should have a modern day remaster of the West Cornwall local, and like have it extend to Plymouth, so that although you wouldn't be joining the two routes together, you'd still be sort of able to like route hop and then carry on. That would be cool, I think. It's realistic for Cardiff commuter. Nice. If you remember, the Dawlish Seawall fell down during a storm, disconnected us all from the rest of the country, so HSC has to be trucked to the shop on the roads. I feel like I heard something like that on the preview stream, or am I making that up? Quite a cool story. I haven't actually seen any like footage or pictures of the wall being destroyed. But I did do this scenario earlier today where it replicates the event where a train broke down there. I would trust Simro to deliver. ASR, I would trust Simro to deliver. I'd have faith in them. Also, Lara was one of the HST's the depots in the glory days. So where are they stabled nowadays? They could have done it much better. What? What exactly could they have done much better? Why are you repeating that point, ASR? What's the significance of that point? Because I saw it earlier, but I didn't think it was significant. Forgive my lack of knowledge, Simon. What's the difference between them being stabled in Lyra and Lyra being one of their depots? Or how they handle the situation of the wall? How could it have been handled better? Because I don't... I read briefly people discussing it on the forum. But there's nothing there that stood out. I see 3 Neos doing test runs. Oh! That would be cool to bring into the game. It's pronounced Loria. Or Leria. Why is it pronounced like that? Is it Irish? I know Irish like names have a weird thing where they sound nothing like their spelling. The replacement train and the lack of speed is a horrible buses and no direction. How long did it last for? How long was the wall out of commission for? Or just the line there? Lera. Okay, Lera. I'll try and remember that. That's annoying. Stuff like that annoys me. Stuff like that annoys me. I just find it so dumb, as I tend to say. Lera. First time approved trains are expected in 2031. Wait. I saw... It must have been a news post recently. I don't remember what country it is, but they're getting like a bunch of German stock. They're getting Vectrons, ICs. What else was there? There was an EMU of some sort. It's not Poland, is it? It wasn't that. I know it's in England, Simon, but I mean the name. Like, English names are usually, or English words are usually quite close in spelling and pronunciation. Not in the time period that route is set in. I'm assuming you're referring to the Great Western Express. English names come from all over the place. I mean, fair, but this one is odd, right? Surely, like I'm not being weird. Jay Foreman. If there's anything in particular that's worth taking a look at, feel free to post it on the pics and vid section. Mutley. Yeah, but I'm sure Mutley is pronounced Mutley, right? And it looks like how it's pronounced. That's my main point. It's a unique name, but I think it's quite nice actually, even with its strange spelling. But it's just the fact that it's pronounced completely different from the way it's spelled. Okay, when he separates it like that, it makes a lot more sense. I had broken it up differently in my mind, I think. Lera. Yeah, I will try to remember it. No promises. As you should know by now, if you've been here for long enough. Ain't that cute? So this is the reinforcements, right? All this like cement. Hello, Code. Still sitting there when it's horizontal rain and the waves. Hey, if the love is real, that will prove it, I'm sure. That's pronounced Lemster. You cannot and will not pay me to pronounce it Lemster. Absolutely not. That's Leominster. I cannot be convinced otherwise. Nah, Els. I ain't been further north, bro, than Brum. It's not pronounced Lemster. What was the other one, by the way? Mill guy. Nah. I actually don't know. I'll keep it real with you, bro. I was literally talking to the missus earlier. I was like, I don't even know where this is, like, geographically. But I want to go. A cheeky hist. A hist. I shall no longer be calling it a HST. Yeah, but Teignmouth sounds like at most, the most deviation I would have assumed would have been Teignmouth. But I can get behind Teignmouth. Teignmouth on the River Teign near Kingstainton. Sounds like a South Park joke. By 2027, 7K will be 250 km up. The current yes, rips out and it's been upgraded. Damn. 160 is a small price to pay, bro. For it getting up to 250 in the future. It's west. I thought it's west. Yeah, no, it's west. But it forms yeah. It is west. I've only ever been that far west when I went to Cornwall. Just for a visit, Shinotama. Just for a visit. I don't classify myself as a Cornish after that. I should have had a pasty. Because Cornwall local reference. Like I said about that route, it needs a complete like a 2019 version. Never eat shady to eat. Big man thing, bro. That's what I was doing in my head. I kid you not. That's what I was doing in my head. I styled it out. Cornish or the Devonshire. Oh! So is this like the English version of like Nigeria and Ghana fighting over Jollof? Just to find out it belongs to neither of them. So what's the history there, Shishino? Where did it all go wrong? Okay, we've made it. I don't want to speak too soon, but we've made it. No brake issues. We've survived, or so it seems. But how does that equate to them stealing the pasty off you? Right. I see there's some deep rooted animosity here. I now need someone from the Cornish side to come and speak their piece. This can't be too one-sided. It'll be unfair. I was gonna say I'm glad to be living in London where we're not beefing any other town or whatever, but there's plenty of beef going on within London itself. So who's really winning? Oh wow! See, this is why I need somebody from the Cornish side to say, hey, listen. This wanker over here is talking complete bollocks. Here's how it really is. And then hear their extreme version. And I will still be in the exact same place I'm at right now, not having a clue who's in the right, who's in the wrong, who's done what, who hasn't done what. Oh! So do you classify yourself as you know, an opposition of the Cornish then? Is there some truth? Is there some validity to the animosity? I'm not a rapper though, I promise. The power handle percentage is really confusing without it saying brake beside it. When you just got a percentage, I'm used to seeing that in acceleration. And I see the numbers go up and I start panicking because I think I'm accelerating, whereas I'm actually braking way harder than I would like to. Devon is closer to civilization. Now this is unfair. I can't I can't let this continue. Devon has cities, okay. And what? Cornwall just has caves? I can't deny some good points are making making their way here. To be fair, some good points are being raised. I just prefer to be as fair as I possibly can, you know. But it would be a disadvantage, you know, if you guys were still on steam power, and Cornwall where we had found their way to electricity. I've done it again with a brake and I've bollocksed it every single time. I remember people used to say that about Brum. People say Birmingham's got one good road. There's only one place to be, and it's on the way out. It's loud over here. Jesus Christ. Off to Germany we go. Station remarkably well done. I like the details, like the canopies on a lot of the stations. Now I've never seen them in reality, but I can tell that this is some good detail that's been put in here. Oh, force a habit. Oh, no. I think it's a good thing. I would rather see them than have those platforms be completely empty. A lot of people are quite upset about it. I've seen people in the forum complain about it. I've had people in chat complain about it. No, for me, it's always okay. Not always something is better than nothing, but a lot of the time, for me, something is better than nothing. Oh, the suppressed geezer is still here. Oh, it's two of them now. Oh, it's two ladies. Not up so much, really, are they? It's very quiet here. There's a 628? 628s don't come here, do they? SWT 158. See how close it looks. Aren't they standing in for 159s? I think. Yeah, listen, I will complain about many a thing, but I try to be sensible in my complaints. I remember discussing one like a year ago, ASR, or even longer than that. The one that's really well simulated and you have to play it with a guide, right? You need like a manual and like all the buttons can be pressed and stuff. See, my sometimes I don't get it. I can forget what you say to me 2 seconds ago, and I can remember something like that with all those details. I don't understand. I don't get it. How can I explain it? One 158s and 159s look the same. I would have thought so, just by the classification. I would have thought so. Yeah, sure, there might have been some minor differences, but not enough to warrant anger, or not anger, but you know, warrant people being upset about the 158 standing in. I mean, I've got no interest ASR, to be fair. Personally. Oh, it was a 628. I haven't seen 628 since Dresden, though. What's it doing there? Or am I just wrong? Oh, no, of course they do. Of course they do. Chemnitz. The Chemnitz route. That's exactly what they do. Never mind. It's a 612. Sorry, which one? Which one's a 628? What's the 628? Oh, 628 is the Niddletobon one, isn't it? Between the 642, 618, 612, and 628. I always get confused between them. Yeah, ASR. It would be. I think it would be criminal for me to prioritize that over like Flight Sim, for example. That's like the closest game to all the ones that I want to play. And as Nabil recently brought back to memory, I made a particular promise. A debatable one, actually. But nonetheless, I think I've lost that argument already. I hope they release all the enhancement packs for TSW6 that it has for TSW5, because there are enhancement packs for the 642, the 612, 628. Oh my god, which one's that? 612. 612, the 642. And there's an ICE enhancement pack that I never really got to experience. Too tough. And they'll probably just work fine if I get those pack files, but not pack files. Yeah, pack files. But until I know 100% from the author that these are TSW6 compatible, I don't want to cause issues. The game is basically button press sim. Button press sim that requires a whole lot of brain power. 159s are 3-car, whereas 158s are 2. But some are 3-car now. 159s were built for Southeast, while the rest were regional railways. Yeah, so it just sounds like a non-issue. Complete non-issue. Oh, whoa! I've got like 3 waves of pain in my head. None of those DMUs were out when this route came out. It's nice to see them at Dresden. They never got added in. I never paid notice. I didn't really spend much time on this route anyway. Well, it's in its previous form. Yeah, well, there are people that will just complain seemingly for the sake of it. Maybe they can justify it within their own hearts, but it's seemingly just for the sake of it. Why, of course? Is the reason really obvious, or is it just out of frustration? It didn't come too long after Jez and Risa, though. You'd think they would have left a gap. Oh, interesting. They go to the Polish border. Interesting. Here's a familiar sight. Fair enough. That was quite a while ago. Yeah, fair enough. I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide. Oh. That's a shame. Time period wise, how far off is it? How bad has it been, has that been done? Hello, Crazy. How you doing? Play some S1 Frankfurt. Nice. How you enjoying it? Oh, 2 to 3 years. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's within reason, I think. Still would have preferred it to be a bit more accurate just for the sake of realism, but as someone who doesn't even know the route in reality, how much really am I going to complain about it? He said he did a full S8, S9, and then ICE run. What platform are you on, Crazy? PC, right? Steam. Wow, really? Is there any reason? Like, are they like difficult to maintain? Do they break down a lot, Simon, or is it just time for them to go? Currently doing the S2 with the 423. Nice. I like the I like the 423 and the 425. PC Steam, yeah. What's the performance like on Frankfurt nowadays? Just in terms, Simon, of, do you mean 2 to 3 years ago from today, or 2 to 3 years ago from when the route is set in the game? I was assuming you meant from when the route is set in the game. Just saw a picture from an 802. You saw a picture from an 802. The 802 posted a picture saying Eleanor Zuma to exit St. David's. Like a picture from the TSW, just like a random picture. Hello, Cad. Maybe you've already talked about it. How does 6 hold up against 5? In terms of the core game, it's the exact same thing. So imagine it being TSW 5 with some new routes. A bundle of 3 new DLCs has dropped with some extra locos that you can buy as an extra, and the new routes have come with some new features. If you want me to define the features and like my experience with them, I've got train faults and temporary speed restrictions disabled because they're too buggy to play with at the moment. The announcements I'm loving. The random events. The only one I've really noticed is the doors getting stuck, and I haven't had any issue with that in terms of like it being annoying. It hit me like twice in quick succession yesterday, which was kind of annoying. Maybe even 3 times actually, which was a bit weird. And if it was like the same door, then I could say, okay, yeah, that's realistic. Maybe that door just has an issue, but it was different doors. Maybe the train had an issue, I don't know. So the frequency of it was a bit strange, but other than that, yeah, pretty decent. What other features are there? That's it really, I think, isn't it? Okay, Crazy. Yeah, with delay as well. Fair enough. Oh, so 3 years ago from today. Okay, so that's fine then. For a heavy performance route in general, I get 35 to 40 instead of Frankfurt, which is good enough for me. 35 to 40 is more than playable. 17, however, I'm still baffled about that one. I was talking about LMS AF on Don't give Dovetail ideas. Don't give them ideas. I'm still waiting on my Train Sim Classic refresh. We're in October now, and there's no word about what on earth is going on there. What did I miss? Oh, come on to check. I missed something. I don't think a 130 board would have caused that. Must have been a signal. If it was a signal, why? Considering you just got greens ahead, so why would there have been a yellow? Tend to use Czech coaches. Interesting. Oh, thank you, ASR. That makes sense. That was on me for relying on AFP to slow us down. Good luck, crazy. Come from Prague. Dresden is very near the Czech border. Yeah, I know Dresden is yeah. I already know that from Eurotruck. It's a Hamburg, Berlin, Dresden, Prague train every 2 hours. That's IC. What does that use? The ones that you mentioned, the ones that are similar to the IC1. Been on the Czech coaches once before, whenever the IC ones. Should we talk about right. I learn a lot from you guys, man. Pretty much like 99% of my train knowledge is from chat. For better or for worse. Hello, Nabil. How you doing? The Czech coaches are the Czech Vectron. Czechron. By any chance, are the dude? Okay, let me not even say anything. What livery? What colors do those Vectrons have? I then saw an AI train that somehow got 10 minutes of delay. I don't know if the signal, the signal random events thing affects AI or not. The Czech coaches have a restaurant where they cook fresh food and serve beer from the taps. Sounds wonderful. That would make any journey a treat. Is it mostly white with like blue? There's like a blue design, like a blue pattern. By any chance, does it have blue on the front right of it? Is one of the blue patterns on the front right of the train? Around 20 FPS. Honestly, crazy. It could be worse. It could be worse. The line from Dresden to Prague is really scenic too. €2 for a beer. Personal pics. Yeah, please do, and then I'll tell you why I'm asking such like specific questions. Yes, Nabil. Hey, year 1, year 2 pass, gang, my guy. You're initiated. You're initiated. Aye, bro. You know how I said to you yesterday on stream that I was a bit rusty. We were joking about that, brother. My first and second grand race, diabolical, bro. I chose the wrong Ferrari. That's how long I haven't played now. I chose the wrong Ferrari. I was meant to choose the GTO, the OP one, and I chose the other one. I was just crashing everywhere, braking in the wrong places. I couldn't do like the cut when you do what with 2 wheels on the road, 2 wheels in the dirt. I was stinking up the gaff, bro. But then by the second race, I had patterned up. I thought I was doing bad in the second race, and then I realized I was catching up to 4th place. I was like, what? And then the third race, I stopped racing because I had to my something happened. What was it? My monitor. What happened to my monitor? I tried to fix it, and then it tilted completely, and I got pissed off. So I put my controller down, and I went to fix it, and I was the last 26th. I finished the race in 6th. I was like, yeah, cool. I've got it back. Whatever I lost, or whatever I thought I lost, I've got it back. Let me know when those picks are up, Simon. No rush. I'm just. You'll understand my wanting to explain it when I get to explain it. No, Nabil, don't say that, bro. Don't say that, bro. Because I don't actually know when I'm next gonna play, because I want to start playing. I'm going to start playing GTA 4. I'm going to start my GTA 4 playthrough, all the versions, next week. And so I don't actually know when I'm next going to be playing LMU, and that itself has saddened me a little bit. Hello, Joreno. General Propaganda Squad has arrived. Exit left, please. Thank you. And I was doing a service basically during peak time at 7 in the morning, so they've been more to the area. Crazy. Thank you, Simon. Okay, cool. No, it's not what I saw. Okay, basically, this morning I had a dream. That I was playing TSW, and in moving my file, I had moved some files, and in doing so, I was playing a route that nobody knew about, and it was it had been announced, but it hadn't been like, not even screenshots and videos had come out of it yet. It had just been announced that, yeah, this was a route that was going to come out, and I somehow had it, and in it was a Vectron, and the Vectron was white, and it had some blue around it. I don't remember where exactly, but part of the blue, the front of it was all white, and then the right corner had like blue patterns on it. So that's why I was very intrigued to see this Vectron, and see if it was one that I saw in my dream. Why do you say Railpool Vectron? Where did Railpool Vectron come out? Hello, CP, how you doing? Why did you guys say Railpool Vectron? That was mentioned in my dream. No, not that one. No. It was white. But there was something Railpool. There was something Railpool in the dream. I don't remember what it was, but there was a Railpool something. No. I'm talking white. White, like this white. ICE white, like this white. It was that white, not silver. It was white, and it had blue. I don't remember the pattern around it. I just remember I like zoomed into it, and the front was all white except what would be the corner here, and there was like blue around the headlights and going up. There's some new Czech cargo logos for the Vectron that are also blue. Hey, so I fell asleep. Accurate Simroll lore. Actual Simroll lore. Oh, Simon, that looks delightful. That looks delightful. Let me see what CP posted. No, the blue was it was vertical. The pattern was vertical, so it started below the headlight, and then there was the headlight, and then it continued above the headlight a little bit. I got done again. But the scenery was it was autumn. It's like this. It was these trees, and it was like open fields, like sort of like this, like open. It was open country. Also, the Vectron crashed into a Smurf. Smurf. What do you mean right doors unlocked? What do you mean right doors unlocked, bro? That wasn't the intention. Nabil, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Describe the experience. Describe the experience. I can't believe I have no memory of this. It can only be that I have never played it. There's no way I wouldn't remember that. I don't usually remember my dreams of detail anymore, CP, which is a shame. And actually not that good, actually. But when I take like naps, my dreams are more vivid. This one was a nap. I was super tired this morning. Super tired. And yeah. I slept for an hour. Then woke up before I started recording. And it was during that nap. Mario Kart Racing Croydon bus sim sounds about right, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like the average Croydon bus sim experience. That must be very helpful, Nabil. I'm like you a lot of the time, though. I know I dream, I just don't remember the contents of it. Do you find the game more story now in TSW6, or is it the same? I can't say because I haven't driven like the old routes. I've only been driving the new ones, so I can't compare like for like. However, generally speaking, oh hello. Generally speaking, it happens here and there, but since I changed to DX12, it seems to have ceased. It's not perfect. I think I had some stutters earlier. Some here, actually, I think, if memory serves me right. And also on the Riviera line. But with regards to the older routes, I would expect it to be the same. I know TSW5 was worse than TSW4 in a lot of cases. I would hope that's not the case here. Nafi, hello. How you doing? Which of the three routes do I prefer? It has to be the Riviera line. It has to be. I like all of them. It's actually quite a tough question for how quickly I answered it, but it's because I had already thought about it. But they're all very good. They're all very, very good. It's just another limited power scenario. Oh my god, is that not a scenario from Limited Power? Is that not a scenario on Cajon Pass? Limited Power. Limited Power. Or is that the Voyager one? Is that the Voyager one? Because I know that you have engine issues in that one. That was one. That was one where the Voyager, the brakes got stuck for me. After spending an hour on it. I got blurry textures on a route map. On this route. I would assume, Simon, that occurred between Dresden and Riesa. Is it? I'm proud of you lot. I'm proud of you lot, Nabil. Yeah, Nafi, leave it. Because it will keep on happening. It's a bug that for some reason didn't receive priority with the other updates that came out. I would, yeah, I've left it. I've left it until the bug gets fixed. It's a bug with the Voyager. It's a bug with the Voyager. But I experienced that this morning. Yeah, I assume that, Simon, because that hasn't been touched at all for this extension. Go figure. Yeah, good, Nafi. Good, so that people can see it. Unfortunately, when you mention like any bugs for a review on a TSW product, a year later it means nothing. Oh. L's, man. Hey, bro, beef him for that. Hey, bun the peace. Rip up the peace treaty, bro. Rip up the peace treaty. The beef is back on. Thank you, CP, for liking the TikTok. With me, can't hold hands with a boy, bro. With me. No, I shake the brother's hands. What you what? Gee, I might as well start skipping away together, bro. What do you mean? Yeah, word. I call it there, man. Call it a day, bro. Call it there, man. Yeah, I shake hands, hence handshake. We shake hands. We're not walking. We're not bopping to the shop together, or to go and pick and do a pickup, and we're walking like this, skipping down the road, oh, bro. That opinion there is worthy of throwing hands, you know. So, is it a ban from the channel, or is it a timeout? What are you looking for? Because I don't know why you just can't be straight and just say that you want to get kicked out. Just be real. So are you looking to get timed out, or are you looking to get banned? If your brethren unbox you for trying to hold his hand, it's not your brethren. Yeah, no worries, Nafi. It's not just a scenario. You will experience it on a scenario, but it can happen anywhere with that train. So, yeah, just be wary. If you saw the preview stream for Riviera Line, it happened to Matt as well. Holy Trucker, you know what? I've called off with Holy Trucker because he tried. It's just the method of trying was questionable, but he tried. But I'm starting to lose patience now because I'm still waiting. I've given him a way out, and he's still waiting. So I need to have a word with him. But I can respect the effort, you know? I can appreciate that. Like what? I like the texture on this. That can be funny, man. Oh, I never noticed this. That's cute. Wouldn't it be more handy to have it closer to the passengers? What's it doing over here? Oh, I didn't release the brakes. What numpty. Let's have a seat. Passenger experience. Why? Why is it every time I try to do something different? What was that for? It's genuinely how some people be driving. Facts. I'll do the 802s and the 150 scenarios. Yeah, yeah. Best thing to do so you don't end up just wasting your time, man. Studying maths right now? You go, CP. I'm proud of you, bro. Hey, what's that race thing they were talking about that you... Oh, you didn't send me it, but it was on the Discord. What, is that like the pros or something? Or is that something anyone can get involved in? I'm a pro. Hello, Rambo. Are the core routes good enough to buy the game? In my subjective opinion, yes. Now, depending on how much you value and relate with my opinions regularly, you can base it off that. What document, Simon? I'd go as far, yeah, superb, and I'd go as far as saying, for me anyway, I'm happy. I would have been happy to pay for the deluxe to get the extra DLCs as well. It's nice seeing the Voyager around, nice driving it when it doesn't bug out. 294. it's nice having something extra. It doesn't really stand out too much, so not gonna lie. And the US one, you know, increases the variety that you see. It's interesting driving it, but not a bad experience driving it. It's interesting. It's unique. Time for Great Britain. Let's go. Can't wait to see more details for the new countries. Yeah, same. Els, what do you say? What do you say to Nabil's response? What's your response to Nabil's response? I made a document for services you could do across method. Oh, yeah. I remember we discussed that last week, I think, or the week before. So do you take timing into account? Like, do you add them only if it's the exact same service? Or it doesn't have to, like, the times don't have to line up, but it's just something that theoretically can be done. You can only disagree to not disagree. Ah, yes. Took me a moment. Yeah, but Els, I'll ask the question I guess asked to me a couple times. That has been asked to me a couple times. Yeah. So you do all the fun stuff and get the plane up in the air. And now you're at cruise altitude, and you've got autopilot on. What do you do then? Do you just look at the window at the clouds, if there are any? Now, what's the move? I'm not gonna lie, Nabil. I would rather not. I'll be honest. When certain modifiers are on, it makes me like try less. It makes like the grand races and stuff fun, and it's different and unique. But I'm not gonna put my heart into it. Oh, train's service number. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. May relax it if the timings line up. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you do that, CP. You do that when you're however many tens of thousands of feet in the air. Do that and let us know how it goes. Moving at the speed of ridiculous. CLs, that's where I would just have to try it myself. I'm not gonna lie. That's where I would try it. I would have to give it a go myself, because that's difficult for me to imagine myself doing and having fun. It's just scared to do the summit like an actual pro. You do that, bro. I smash your times. Is it that I just didn't beat your first time, or did you come back and set a new time? Because I couldn't work it out. And how on earth, you didn't answer my question on Discord from what I saw. How on earth did you hit 175 miles per hour? Sorry, 275 on the speed trap. Did he do the glitch? Because I googled it and I saw that there was a glitch that people were doing. And there's also a hack, which is crazy. I'm not gonna go near it though. But there's a full-on intro, a full-on guide on how to do it, and then everyone's in the chat is basically responding in a way that was saying, you've exposed it now. So people were just casually cheating. Yeah, the airport one. All I could do is like 225, I think, or something. I don't remember if it was 100 or 200 miles per hour, but you had 75 and I had 25. And I could not understand how you could do more without glitching it. Although, I guess you could have come at it from a different angle, isn't it? I just went up the runway. I didn't think about driving from like the other side of the airport and then going right into it. From behind the hangar, and then you go left so that you're at the beginning of the runway and then just go all the way. I did that. I got nowhere near what you got. I wonder if it's to do with like the upgrades on the car. I got nowhere near, boss. So this will be ICE 1556. Let's find out. Indeed, it is ICE 1556. You can pick it up at Ford about 2 hours of Series Leipzig. That is so sick. I love that, man. See, it's how like smaller detail that is, but that's very meaningful to me in playing a game like this. Very meaningful to me. There's no way, Nabil. I don't want to hear nothing about skilletry, bro. It wasn't like it was close. There was no chance. No chance. The fun factor in flying is braking. I think that might be pretty cool to do as a video, Simon. Use your document to link up runs together. Giving you credit, of course. But I am backlogged at the moment. I've just moved on to the Germany scenarios. I did 2. I didn't, Nabil, no. Oh! What was that silly thing that you said yesterday? Or the day before? Are you referring to that? There's one train that runs Dresden, Fulda, Frankfurt, Mannheim, Kaiserslautern. Damn! Okay, that's one I'm interested in. That's what I'm definitely interested in doing. Was it braking that he said? I don't remember the exact thing he said, but I know it was just so ridiculous. How do you find it so quickly? I'll say don't check, but you can find it in like 30 seconds. I don't know how you do that. I'd love to hop on Motorfest today, but I got about 4 or 5 scenarios that I need to sort out. It shouldn't take long anyway. The only thing that takes long is the processing. Uploading at gigabit speed is bliss. Pure flipping bliss. And the opposite direction, as in do it twice, or it exists in the opposite direction too. I don't know what I meant by do it twice. I figure that now doesn't make any sense. The journey mode does have layers, yeah. I'd be very upset, very, very upset if it didn't. The only thing that at least it seems to not have layers are the scenarios. Although I did one on Riviera Line that was from the base Riviera DLC, and if I recall correctly, I think I saw a Voyager on it. Oh, that you run? Unfortunately not. No, that's been one of my biggest complaints. Probably, okay, not my biggest. No, that's the dynamic weather. It's been one of my biggest complaints is that the journey mode will only have the main route trains to drive, if that makes sense. Kind of sucks. I wouldn't expect something like this, for example. Yeah, I'm not gonna expect to be able to drive everything that layers on, right? And I think even on this route, anyway, the variation's nice. But on other routes, I wouldn't expect every single thing. But you know, spice it up a little bit. Spice it up. Well, I mean, I guess that's what request a route is there for, isn't it? My personal goal is to finish the journey mode. That's why I play it as often as I do. So I guess if you want to see, if you've got something in mind, a train to drive, I plan to do at least one request a route a week moving forward. The HST on Riviera has been hard to resist. I'll keep it real. I'll keep it real. I'm thinking of driving it and like just recording it and just I don't know, put it on YouTube, like just a HST run on the Riviera, just as an excuse for me to drive it. You know, let me tell myself that I'm making content out of it. Yeah, it would be cool. It would be cool. I can't deny it. 642. I'm not too fussed about driving here, but the original Leipzig talent, yeah, that I want to drive. Oh, honestly, I get an incredible amount of fun from the layers, just having them there. Similar to you and how much like traffic means to you. It affects me the same way. I love just seeing so many different things around, even if I don't get to drive them myself. Nabil, what were we saying about doing it like a pro, bro? The 101 is class. I'm happy to take a bit of a break from it though after doing the gameplay pack stuff, but yeah, it's a blast. Be it the expert one or just a regular one. Not much to say about it. 66s really, is there? I didn't know you need to be on the French Pro. Even the French pros aren't on that level in the build. Who uses first person, bro? Like for real, for real. Who really uses first person for fun? No one. Well, I do when I'm doing my cruise videos, but that's it. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Shunting services. That's a bit of me. I'll be honest. There's a ton of fun to be had, Simon. I don't disagree. But something within me has to complete the journey mode. So maybe after the journey mode, we'll see what's up. But I've got a feeling by the time I'm done the journey mode for all of these core routes, the next thing would have come along. Something at Lera as well. Nabil. No entiendes. Lo siento. Porque tú hablo inglés, pero mi no entiendes inglés. I haven't seen them much on the Steam bit. I would have thought I would have seen them quite often there. But I guess you don't really need like shunters doing business because the locals just do the stuff themselves, innit? They just run around. Here he is. Hello, Lushaka. I did the Riviera fueling up scenario, but after I fueled up, the train won't go. Do you have this problem? Nope. Look, I uploaded the scenario of it when I did it. Have a watch from the refueling and see if you did anything differently to me. Phenomena. Yeah, that's fair for you, bro. That's fair for you, man. When you fear something so much, like logic escapes you. Because where they're coming from is very, very feared. And the terminology he uses is very on point as well for those regions. It's like when they play those games where there'll be a box that's covering something and somebody has to stick their hand inside the box and like figure out what it is. And some people, you could put literally anything that's like harmless inside there. Someone would touch it and just start screaming because in their minds they've created the most horrific objects possible. I don't trust we're gonna stop in time. We probably were, but I just don't trust that. That was scary. Hold on a second. That looks like it's not moving. Oh, it is moving. How can it be moving so slow? It looks like it's not moving at all. I just want God mode back in my life, man. With God mode, I would have been able to zoom in into the driver's thoughts. Yes! Yes, it's working. Yes! And then he'll be chasing them, asking them why they're running. I don't know, bro. I wonder why. Should I put my trust, my fate in AFB? There, bring the train to a stop. Why is there a white dot in that yellow signal?
Zifa. Zifa.
Flugbeeinflussung. Flugbeeinflussung. Flugbeeinflussung.
I wonder if he'll ever do a full face reveal. Or if that mask will forever be his identity.
Zifa. Zifa.
Flugbeeinflussung. Zwangsbegrenzung zur Beeinflussung.
What is your problem? Why?
Zwangsbegrenzung zur Beeinflussung. 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 Zwangsbegrenzung zur Beeinflussung.
Yeah, I'm not trying to picture that, to be fair, mate.
Störung.
That 218 again. It was fun the first time.
Zifa.
I honestly have not driven that loco since it came out, I think.
Flugbeeinflussung. Flugbeeinflussung.
No, that's still just under an hour in the bill. Hopefully, time to do a decent shunt 294 service if it fits within the time. If not, then I'll probably do something US. As long as it fits how much time we've got left.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Zifa.
Does it work for all the trains, Holy Shocker?
Zugbeeinflussung.
Not yet, Nabil. Give it another about 10 years, maybe.
Zifa. Störung.
I'll keep it real. I did not even consider this red signal to be for me. I did this yesterday and I forgot what I pressed. Where was it? Maybe I should have come a little bit closer before I started the process. And the only solution would have made updates to older content impossible. So there's no solution as it stands.
Türen geöffnet.
Probably to give like to make it more accessible to players, to not limit it so that you could only enjoy the 101 if you knew how to drive the 101 Expert, or even if you had that DLC. I guess they're both DLCs anyway, I think, but probably more an accessibility thing. No PZB. I'm very happy about that, boss. I'm turning off Sifa as well. That's very good news right there, man. Is there something here that you press? Or I'm making that up? Sifa's annoying, bro. There you go. Let me stay true to my word, innit? It's because it's always going to be beeping. If I want it in view, I've got to turn all the way, like... Where is it? Where does Sifa even illuminate at? It's there. So I got it like there. If I want it in view. I'm not doing that. What are you talking about, LZB, boss? What are you talking about? Taking man for a donut. Sounds like a ship coming into the port. Yeah, interesting is one way to put it. Ain't no way, Nabil. Ain't no way. Was it when you paused? Did you pause the stream to go and look for ASR's comment? Maybe I'm hearing you on my PC by the video and mob. I made Matt consider streaming in 4K for the Dovetail channel. It'd be a good idea, man. They won't be able to do it on Twitch, but they can do it on YouTube. So no brainer, man. To show off the game properly. No, not overly polite, just polite. Bro's first time experiencing being polite. Feels good not to be a troll, innit? Feels good, man. Just being a normal part of society. I'm very happy that I had in mind we were gonna get these tankers that we left behind. Very happy I noticed it in time, number one, and number two, that it let us through straight away without making us wait. You got a cold device, sorry to hear that, my man. Make sure you're resting up well. Get a lot of water down you. If you're hungry, eat. If you're not hungry, don't eat. Just don't exert too much force on yourself. Uh-oh. I thought that was going to be a disaster. I was looking at PC. I like the fact that you've been doing some searching within yourself, man. I respect it. There's a short DMU so I did yesterday at the end of the route. You have to cross the mainland when leaving the first station, and there's a 5-minute wait at a red signal to do so. What's impossible, Simon? Nah, bro, I'm feeling Motorfest, bro. I'm here hoping that I'm gonna find the time to be able to do that. If you depart the first station 5 minutes late, which makes it hard to be on time. Oh, you're talking about being on time. Right. I thought it was like another service that was impossible to complete. Hi, Levi. Are you LOLing about? I don't even know what's going on in Fortnite no more, bro. I saw a video the other day, and some giant stamping on people. I don't know what's going on, bro. Yeah, Levi, I did respond to that, mate. You might want to watch your stream back a little bit from when you first said it. Bro thinks it's funny. I think it's funny, bro. Thinks it's fun in games. What exactly is restricted speed? What's the definition of restricted speed? How am I taking the piss? How? In what way? Speed at which you can stop at immediately. that would seem to make sense. I say it to you. I didn't say it to you just then, though. Ain't going nowhere, boy. Okay, I mean, at this point. It's 6 worth of money if you already have 5. It depends on if you want the core routes or not, mate. Self-reflecting is always a positive, Nabil. I can't hate on that. I won't hate on you either, as you're in this time of self-reflection. Absolutely, boss. It would change as I'm heavy on the brakes. Falling asleep playing the game, Nabil. You called it. You called it earlier, boss. Do you think you'll give it another try before any DLC drops? Do you think you'll even try it once the DLC drops? Or is it not of any interest to you right now? Why do you ask, Joe? Are they actually empty? I don't know. Nope, full loads. Quite different to the ones we had in the Netherlands not too long ago. I did not do that. Bro, anything they add, I feel like will be. It's not just Vodge 2. It will be a Krakow 2. It will be anywhere else 2, except Warsaw. Simro's busy with a new DLC. They've been busy with a new DLC for the past 3 years. Shunting's meant to happen. It's meant to be coming. A 1,000 tons. Don't underestimate her. Why isn't this fan going? Mechanical signal boxes are shown on the store page multiple times, yet it's not in the game. Now, one might argue that is a scam. If they're advertising it, because to me now that sounds like advertising. It sounds like they're saying this is what we have in the game. It'll be very weird for it to be interpreted any other way. No one's going to look at that and say, oh, that's probably not in the game. No, they're going to look at that and say, oh, this is what the game has to offer. Then they buy the game. For that reason, you can't do it in the game. It's a scam. ASR's going to have a lot to say about that. He's not going to be happy about that opinion at all. It's not even an opinion, it's a fact. He's going to argue it and argue it and argue it and argue it with some ridiculous points. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. Remind me to bring it. Don't even remind me. That's your point. You bring it up next time when he's here, and watch it unfold. That's a scam. Textbook scam. How different is it to the mobile games that have like Euro Truck Simulator 2 as their picture or pictures from the game in the App Store? And it's obviously nothing like ETS2. It's a scam. It advertises something different. It's shown on the store page on the pictures. And then in the description as well. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I won't even lie. If you can do it in single player, fair enough. If you can do it at all in the game, cool. But if you can't, if there's no way to do it, that is a scam. That's false advertising. Until Simran introduces Diesel Shunting, I don't think Shunting will be available. Well, we've got the dragon there. I don't know how often the dragon is used for shunting, but I'm sure people wouldn't mind some artistic liberty for the sake of shunting being in the game. The yards are empty because of VRAM issues. No way. Maybe before the server merge. The server merge. But now that they've sorted out those issues, I can't imagine that being the reason. I understand the frustration, Simon. Trains by Scott. Can you do the horn? It's ear-piercingly loud in my headset. And Nabil, you can't do it in single player. You can't do it in a scenario. You can't do it in the game at all. 100%. Scott, I literally just did it, mate. It isn't implemented in any form yet, then yeah, it's false advertising / a scam. Any mechanical signal boxes are controlled by AI. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued into what the response to that is gonna be. I was so disappointed, so disappointed, man. And ASR was proud to say, "Oh yeah, it peaked in November 2023." What are you both? What's there to? Are you boasting about that? What do you mean it peaked in November 2023? So it's falling off. Stop playing it. They'll do it the same way, Simon. It will be like, it will be script. Well, I don't know how God mode works in terms of scripting, but the trains are going to be coming in at certain times, departing at certain times, all by AI, right? So they're going to be running like clockwork. So you just got to be in the right place at the right time. I say departing at the right time. They'll close their doors at the right time. You've still got to do your part. Although I hope they're not expecting us to actually... I hope they're not going to implement it in a way that will make us run across 6 different platforms. Like, yeah, it was fine for the scenario, but that's not really how it works. As far as I know, anyway. No, you did, Nabil. You did, but I didn't. I don't know. I didn't catch it. But I remember seeing you say it. But that's what it is, Simon. If someone's gonna wanna do that, that's part of it, isn't it? So I can't imagine it being hugely popular. But then I thought the same about guard mode, and it's not the number one thing in the game, but a lot of people enjoy it. In terms of mode, it'd be like 20-minute gaps. Yeah, yeah. You're upset, Levi? I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what you want me to say. You said earlier you were sad. You're saying you're upset. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm sorry you feel that way. Yeah, water in plants and picking up rubbish is horrendous. You couldn't have made like a lost property thing, like spread like someone's forgotten jumper or hoodie or cap on like from a bench. They mentioned passenger queries, but I didn't get any. I didn't see any. If they were there, then I missed them, but I didn't see any passengers that seemed approachable. Mate, never in my life. Never in my life. Don't know what that was about. It was given very much. We know this isn't the most fun thing in the world, and we don't want you to be bored and critical of it, so here's something you can do. I don't see how else it could have been implied. Or, like, understood. With the ramp. I mean, if that's all it was, which it makes sense. It's not exactly like yes and no. Yes and no. Yes, but also not quite. Nabil, you don't need to get proof, bro. I told you I remember. I believe you, bro. I'm not lying. I remember you saying that act. Don't worry, man. Don't worry, bro. The proof is there. Don't worry. No stress. There's still quite a lot to do. It's your profession. I respect that. I thought it was funny that when you put the ramp down, the guy talk was up. Yeah. 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 I kind of implied the awkwardness of that by my camera movements in my scenario video. I did notice. Am I tweaking? I'm very curious to see how Derail Valley is going to look next year. Really? Is there any like any standout things coming? It needs to add more tasks. I think the lost sound, lost item. Yeah, just bro. It's just what would you naturally like bump into? You know, passengers, yes. Lost property. No, it's not hard. The game feels very empty of the other trains running. I'm running with every layer activated, my man. This is just this particular area at this particular time. One thing I never understood is why we can't have static trains inside it. Well, apparently it's a memory issue, but I don't know. I doubt that, considering how much we have going on in the game. There's no way a couple wagons here and there is gonna have a huge impact. Wait, there's no buffers here. So if you go off, you just go off. Interesting. From what I gather, DV plans to have a bigger passenger trains, multiple trains, and I suppose double tracks. Oh yeah, the passenger trains. I feel like I've heard about that. Two locomotives, two work trains, three new cars, electric powertrains, and electric control stands support on the steam workshop, new locations. Well, I wonder what the steam workshop's gonna have. New locations, use and just damn. It's not like anything bad can happen with fuel tank crashes. Exactly. Yeah. And remember, these are fully loaded. US DLC? What US DLC? US DLC? Good things are coming though. I'm not at 60 FPS. Why am I not at 60 FPS? I was at 60 FPS before coming down here. More details are to be announced. Is it going to be like a real? Like a real map? No, they're just as bad, aren't they? But because the game is so manual, it feels like the fun and the busyness lasts more and longer. And it's got more scenery variation than Simro does, which was my concern with Simro. Why can't I go in front of the train? I can only stay on the side of it. We might be going off here. That's why buffers are important, kids. Gonna Sonia generated podcast. That is diabolical. But understandable. Do your thing, man. Is Omnigo dead? If no one's driving there, I don't actually know the status of it right now. I haven't played Omzi in about 3 weeks, I feel like. I just got... What's it called? What's PDP's rubbish called? Premium. BCS Premium. That was the last straw. Why did I need to go all the way back there just for this switch to change? Yeah, always, bro. Always. By default. What is that game even about, man? I'm not even gonna question how I just got stuck there. Took 6 minutes longer than it should have. That means we're making progress with this shunter. Because this was yesterday. It had been about 20 minutes. Beyond how long it should have taken. The mini-map DLC. That's crazy. That's ridiculous, man. I wonder what the reasoning behind it is, if there is any. Because it doesn't seem like there is any off the rip. A Czech guy streaming TSW 78 viewers. Okay, this guy's got his camera. He's talking. I like people that have their streams quite engaging. Give him a raid. He's got more viewers than me, but the other people that don't have many viewers, I don't see them have a camera on. Okay, I'll send you over to DG UK. Hopefully his stream's enjoyable. I'll see you guys tomorrow with some more TSW, who would have thought. Until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, stay safe. Health is wealth. Jesus Christ loves you all. And until the next one, take care and peace out.